Yo, what's going on, everybody? How you doing? How is everybody doing? I was finally able to get more time to install Fallout London, and just got past the intro. Didn't get to play much, but looks promising. Using GOG versus Forces, you could install and made it much easier. In case you play it in the future, I know you use Vortex. Yeah. I want to play it, JDG. It's probably just not going to happen this week. Yeah. I'd love to give Fallout London a shot. Yeah. Actually, the thing is, though, I asked chat the other day if they wanted me to play it, and there was a resounding no. So maybe we'll just keep that on after hours. Like, usually people are like, hell yeah, you know, I wanna play, but yeah, that's not often you get resounding no's. So, well, chat's just wrong. I gotta be careful, man. Gotta be careful. You know, like, dude, that's the plight of a streamer, dude. It's really hard to, dude, even now, like, 10 years plus in, it's still hard to predict what's going to be good content and what isn't. I've had ideas for amazing content, and I've gone to do it, and no one cares. Like, I thought modeling streams would have been amazing. I thought people really would have liked it. But, yeah, people are not really into it. But whenever I mention doing 3D modeling, people are like, oh, dude, you should do that. I would love to learn. And I go and do it, and no one cares. It's weird. Comrade, the people are revolting. Yes, we have them face wall. Today we're going to play some workers, though. I think tomorrow I'll play some KSP, and we'll mess around more with Dart. I'm just trying to get my feet wet back into Kerbal, you know? I wanted to play some workers today just because I got the itch. But I also have the itch for Kerbal, so I'm trying to balance two addictions at once. Oh, crap. Bro, whenever I'm tired, I read your name as Elsa, okay? You can call me that, I don't care. Just let it go, all right? Yes, I sometimes imagine myself as a frozen princess. Sure, whatever. I don't, but you know, that's what works when you're tired. Whatever. I mean, you could type that into chat. I'd probably still be like, "Yo, what up?" You know. Don't hold back. Pokemon, you're talking about workers. Yeah. Not the princess thing. You know what I mean? No. I would love to, dude. I have the itch for KSP again. Yeah. I had a feeling just jumping back in and just messing around with different projects would get the itch. You know, when we were working on an ASP yesterday, I was like, okay, all right. The fire is back. The motor is on. We have peak thrust rating here. More princess. No. Would that ISS model translate well into a 3D printed version? I don't know. Hey, Kanan, good morning. Yeah, sorry for being a little bit on the later side today, dudes. I was answering an email about resources for, like, good space resources for teaching purposes. So, you know, because it's me, I kind of went into why I use certain resources.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Oh, all systems gifted 5 subs. Thank you. Appreciate it. And Crawdad, hey man, 68-month resub. Oh, sweet. I got to reply back. Thanks for taking me away from teacher meetings. My pleasure. Oh, good. All right, cool. Guy was it wasn't for naught. All right, sweet. Good. I'm very happy that I could help. Yes. Anyway, all systems gifted 5. Granddad had a 68. What's going on, buddy? How are you? How's your summer going? Yeah, JDG. See, there's a dude with content creation. There's two components to that, dude. You gotta, dude. If I just kind of flew by the seat of my pants and just played what I want all the time, it would just be a garbled mess. Like, it would be like you'd get like a week, 2 weeks of workers, right? And I'll be honest, I've been kind of doing this over the past month and a half since the road trip, and I'm not happy about it. We need to get back to more regimented content. I kind of just, whatever. And, you know, there's been a lot of other priorities that have taken precedent over the stream, and it's pissing me off. I don't like that. I don't like it, you know, if someone's going to come here to learn stuff and they just see me playing, like, Fallout for, like, 8 hours straight, you know, that's not really my meal ticket, so to speak. It is fun. I could sit here and play Counter-Strike for 8 hours. It'd be great. But it's important to find a balance between what you like and what chat likes. I mean, I've built up a reputation. I'm not going to say that I've typecasted myself into a STEM streamer, but that's my meal ticket. That's what people know me for. You know, so we got to get back into doing that stuff. That's important. You don't want to know? All right, man. Well, I hope everything's good. Coder, 31-month resub. Marrakesh with a 52. So you have to find the balance between something that you like, but something that people also enjoy watching. Because I could sit here and do Hearts of Iron campaigns for like 10 hours straight. Yeah, I've done it before. We've done it many times. The numbers don't lie. People don't find that entertaining. I mean, some people do, but it's not going to A, get you new viewers, or B, which is my biggest fear, that I'm just not that good at streaming Hearts of Iron 4 as I am at Kerbal. You know? Like, yeah, it's probably that second one, but it's important to keep that in perspective. So you got to kind of find the balance. You got to find something that chat's going to love, but you're also going to have a good time. And I find that Kerbal is something that I can always do. But I'll be honest, the fallout from current Kerbal events, will mention that, you know, the game that will not be named, have kind of switched me out of it for a little while, but we're getting back to it. I got the itch again. Games like Hearts of Iron 4 are dominated by people who only stream that generally. Yeah, it's a niche game for sure. But Uraldo, for every Hearts of Iron streamer that destroys me in numbers when like, say there's a dedicated Hearts of Iron streamer, right? And then there's me playing. For every thing that happens, like, whenever I play Kerbal, I do the same thing. Like, it happens, you know? Like, yeah, you gotta be careful with, I'm not careful with content, but you gotta find something that people do enjoy. And the biggest thing too is, as streaming gets to be a bigger and bigger demographic, you have to find something that's going to retain people's attention. You have to have a hook. You have to have something that differentiates you from other streamers. With me, it's doing nutso stuff in every game that I play. So that's hard to do with something like Counter-Strike. A niche game. Let's be real, Rem. No one wants a niche game, or a Jung game for that matter. Maybe a niche game. Maybe a little bit of Nietzsche, but Nietzsche is I often conflate like Nietzsche and Jung together. They're real, let's say very realist in their philosophy. Nietzsche is definitely an interesting dude. Yeah. Definitely a little bit of an interesting dude. But I do have a lot, just on a quick side note, it's moving away from philosophy. Hey, you got to pay the bills. Yeah, you got to find the balance, dude. And there's always going to be a balance. The biggest thing that gets me sometimes is when I love a game and I'm just not able to convey what's going on in the game. This happens mostly because I don't understand the game good enough. Like with Hearts, there are better Hearts of Iron streamers than me. Like, Italix is a better HOI streamer than me by a long shot. He's better at explaining what's going on in the game than I am. I can firmly say that. I was watching him play Hearts last night. His China playthrough is actually really good. Really fun. Or it's not China, it's a Pui playthrough. Menkukuo. Which is pretty cool. He actually puppeted Japan in his save, which is hilarious. He brought back the Chinese emperor and puppeted Japan. It's a pretty good save. I'm not gonna lie. It made me pretty happy. I thought it was funny. The career mode KSP seems to be the big one, Tom. Yeah, for sure. Like Etal is much better at explaining what's going on than I am. I'm too busy trying to monitor every single thing that's going on, and because of this, I don't think I'm as good as at explaining it. You know. But that's just a side note. Anyway, I don't want to rant. I don't want to talk your ear off. Let's get into workers and let's try to fix, not fix, let's try to get ourselves out of that debt hole. I think a big problem that I have with workers is that and this is my fear, that I put too much emphasis on highways and stuff initially and didn't build enough profitable ventures to sustain the bill for those highways. I hope. That's why we discuss history in that game, or engineering decisions made for various places. Hearts of Iron is great for that. Agreed, for sure. Okay, let's go to Bakalakadakastan. See, I want to do stuff like that. I want to build out depots like that in Hearts. Or not in Hearts, well, in Hearts, yes. But in workers, I really got to get to the point where I can get a proper revenue stream going. But, you know, we'll figure it out in good time. You have to be solvent. Like I said, man, this is one of the most capitalist games I've ever played. It's the most capitalistic city builder I've ever played, which is hilarious to me because it's definitely under the guise of not that. I always thought that's, like, the more I play this, the more it's like you really have to be careful with your finances. Your green screen is wonky. I know, Angry German. I know it susses out a little bit here and up there. That's because the dog is moving the green screen around constantly. So apologies for that one, but yeah, I'll move it and the dog's just gonna mess it up again. But yeah, hopefully you can live with that. If not, I'll figure it out. State capitalism, yeah, that's really what you got to do. It made me realize that a communist country is just a country-sized company with more violence. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, it pretty much is just a workers' town, but at a federal government level, which I'm just not. I'm not. Yeah, it's great for a game, great for a video game, not great for much else. Angry German, I'm amazed you're not bankrupt. I've been refining loans over loans over loans, guys. That's the big reason. I keep refinancing, and the further we get into the timeline, the worse that refinance is going to get because of inflation. But then again, having debt is a good hedge against inflation, but that's still not good enough. I think what we were working on last, so just to give everybody kind of a heads up of what we're doing. This is the desert biome map in Workers and Resources. Workers and Resources is a communist-themed city builder. And like I said, before you think, oh, communist-themed city builder, I mean, what city builder, and most city builders, you have kind of absolute control over everything. Like if in City Skylines, if I want to make a bridge, I just make a bridge, you know, there's no people to vote it down. So you kind of do have absolute authority in most city builders. Workers and Resources Soviet Republic heavily lays into that, and that's why I think it's a great freaking city builder, because you have, I mean, once again, it uses something that's kind of abstracted in other city builders. Like in City Skylines, you have control over everything. If you want to demolish somebody's house, you can. You just demolish their house willy-nilly. Screw them, right? So, like I said, Workers leans into it, but I will say this is one of the gnarliest city builders I've ever played. It is the hardest by a long shot. In Workers, you have to move the resources around. You have to move people around to build things. You want to build a road, it's not just putting down a road. You have to get the construction equipment. You have to have a state-owned construction company to build it. You need the vehicles and the resources to make it. Where are you getting the asphalt to pave a road, right? It's like that with every single building, you know, and you have to make money. You have to make money to keep your socialist utopia afloat. It's actually super difficult. There are markets. Different goods trade on the market, and prices fluctuate for goods. They fluctuate with inflation. They fluctuate with demand. The economy is RNG. It could sometimes when you play, it could have super high demand. Sometimes it could have super low demand. The thing is that the economy is also dynamic on top of that. If you export too much oil, for instance, you'll flood the market with oil and deflate the price. You got to be careful. It's a really hard game to play. The macroeconomics in this game are the best of any city builder I've ever played, ever, by a long shot. So yeah, that's just stuff to take into account. It is an amazingly good game. With that being said, here is Bakalakadakastan. This is my desert biome republic. The desert biome was added when 1.0 of this game released. I actually would just like to add on a quick side note. This game did early access on a 5-year development cycle and hit 1.0 on time. On time for their predictions. They said, you know, we'll be in early access for about 5 years, and they actually moved to a 1.0 release with a nice business plan and released the desert biomes. And there was another DLC that they released while it was still during early access, but that was for Ukrainian relief because of the war that's going on. The Ukrainian pack has a bunch of good stuff, has a bunch of like planes and vehicles and stuff. But the desert biome pack released with 1.0, I just like to make it a point that this game actually had a plan for getting out of early access, and it was implemented and it was done on time. And the crazy part is that 3 dudes made this game. 3 dudes. Would you be okay with the city builder that is halfway between this and Cities? Sneaky, if City Skylines 2 had the resource and market system that Workers had, that would be the best game. So like in Cities, if you have to build a road, you know, you have not a state-owned construction company, but you have to zone out construction yards and stuff, or commercial yards for construction, like and then you had to hire different. So like say you zone commercial in City Skylines, right? You zone commercial, or you zone like low density industrial, right? And you get construction companies moving in because, you know, and you have like 3 or 4 different construction companies in your city, and you want to build a new road or build a new piece of infrastructure, you contract it out. You select which company you want. Kind of like Hearts of Iron, where you select a company to research like gun research or artillery research, and you level up those construction companies. So you have a construction company that's good at making roads. You have a construction company that's good at making buildings. You have a construction company that's good at making pipes, right? That, the workers and resources, market and construction mechanics, tied in with the Hearts of Iron companies, tied in with City Skylines, would be the best game ever. Those are the game mechanics that I would want. So halfway between this and City Skylines, yes and no, put an asterisk next to it. But yeah. Kanan, you're going to be seeing 1019 and 1021 this summer. Sorry, that was a conversation when I was having a conversation with JDG. Yeah, 1019. Kanan, I saw Booster 1019 land. I was there for the Orbcom 2 mission. I was down the street from Elon on SR 401. SpaceX's Mission Control Center used to be at the south entrance to Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So I've seen that thing, and hang on. Hang on. I don't know where that damn tweet is. Somebody probably has it bookmarked, but I had the pleasure of visiting SpaceX and standing next to 1019 after I saw it land. Like inside of the gate. Hey Boxy, what's going on? Can you make your maintenance guys not maintain roads to save you money? You don't need to maintain roads in this game. There's no road maintenance, thank God. Yeah, I got to visit SpaceX. been on the mez where they do all the cast, where Kate and Jesse and John Innsbrucker stand. I've seen their mission controls and stuff, and yeah, I got to see a lot of cool stuff there. I can't say what I saw, but yeah, I've had the benefit of being in some pretty cool spots over the years, dude. I got to walk on pad 41. I've been to pad 39B and walked around in the flame trench at 39B, SLS's pad. I haven't been to 39A. I haven't walked on 39A, but I've been to the blast detonation area perimeter, not in the tour bus. Tori would like you to see this. Look at the replies. Hellfish. Speaking of hearts, not to derail, but how do you get infantry to entrench? Do they need engineers attached, or am I missing something? You could put them on a defense. Well, they'll automatically entrench, and how far they dig in is really depending on if you have an engineering company. The engineering company will give you modifiers to that. Anytime you have a troop hold position, they'll entrench to some extent, but you have to assign a defensive order to them to get them really entrenched. If you put them on a defensive order, they'll start fortifying. They'll start digging foxholes and making bunkers and stuff. The best way, Vanguard, would be to have them on a defensive order, have them entrench, and then put bunkers and defensive equipment on the tiles that they're in. That is the best way to defend, if you want to. You win this round. Yeah. So the other thing is the Al-Bucky Baba oil fields are destroyed because my substation blew up. So my oil is off here, which is bad because that puts us in a huge deficit on the ruble. We got to stop spending on the ruble. But the dollar is actually doing okay. My dollar is doing all right. We have a refinery up, finally. It's not operating at terribly high capacity, but it is generating fuel. And that fuel is being... I am using it to deliver fuel, and we're weaning ourselves off foreign fuel, which is good. That's actually freeing up a lot of not foreign manpower, but expenses. If we look at the importer resources on our dollar here, last month, there's no fuel imports. This year, though, it was 30, but see, we weaned ourselves off of it. If we look at last year total, we spent $145,000 on importing fuel on the dollar, which, yeah, that's a big deal. Oh, we got geology up. The geological research is done. We have universities over here in Nadir. Nadir is basically our university town, and I'm using it to break into new industries here. We can get geological mapping. That would probably be the best one to do. Yeah. Also, your ground doctrine has a lot to do with it, Vanguard. Are your troops... Yeah, your doctrines. Look at the doctrines and look at which one favors defense. Now, why would you do defense over offense? Well, let's be real. Say you were playing France with historical focuses on. You'd want a defensive doctrine because you know what's coming in 1940. Right? Nadir! My town. Yep. I don't know whether to call it Nadir or Nadir. Whenever I say Nadir, I know that's the right way to spell it, but that always sounds funny to me. I think putting an underpass here would be a good idea. There's a lot of people walking out in the street. Either that or... Oh, another building is on fire. What's on fire? Why are there no fire trucks there? Uh-oh. We have a little bit of a problem here. Yeah. That's not good. Well, got ourselves into a right fine pickle here. Huh. We might want to get the dump trucks out of there. That would be a good idea. Just assign them to other construction depots around anywhere where that we have space to get them away from that place. Because if the building burns down with the dump trucks in it, we are pretty screwed. Yeah, we'll see if I'll see if I can make an emergency temporary depot. Nope. What else could I add? Pause the game. What else could we add for a second? Do we have an open free construction depot? No, I do not. That fire was not very jocular, no. Only 4 trucks. Okay, here's what we'll do. We're gonna go bananas here for a second. I'll assign the trucks to a depot over here. That depot has enough spots. That should get the trucks out of there before that building burns down. I don't know why we didn't have any fire trucks assigned up here, but... Ding, 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 ding. You know, and if they drive all the way over there, so be it. I don't think we'll get all the trucks in time, but... Yeah, we're not gonna get all of them. Oh well. Not the best start here, but you know, we got firefighters now. That's good. Who in chat saw the dude who won silver in the pistol competition? That dude with all the optics and stuff. That guy was kind of cool. The dude without the optics. I haven't been watching, to be honest with you. Do we? Oh, that reminds me. Is Locomotive 2 still stuck in there? We soft locked Locomotive 2. Starter end of building is not connected with road. Wonder if replace vehicle. Yeah, we soft locked that train in there. Yeah, it does not work. Just had a t-shirt and glasses. Jan Wick, as it were. Guy just showed up. Okay. Yeah, police cars. My police cars are Fiat 125s. The Sugilis. Or Lada, whatever you want to call it. We have the courthouse in Nader. And then we have the prison. Ooh, an aisle 76. Love how people just walk into work. Now, what we could do is get... Oh. They don't have food. We should probably, you know, make sure that the prison... Make sure that we don't starve our prisoners. We're not complete savages here. There we go. Normally they have glasses like this. Is that the dude with all the optics? Yeah, or the lady with all the... Yeah. Huh. Cool. Pretty rad. That's pretty rad. Pretty cool. I'm a little worried about the waste in this town. We're... not really loading it incredibly fast. Why is it... They're shooting like 22, right? Like... Another building's on fire. Okay. Fire station down the street. That Silver Medals is using a 10 meter air pistol. I mean, it's hitting 150. Yeah. I heard they're air pistols. Oh. I guess that's neat. I'm sure on some planet that's impressive, but your weak link is, this is Earth. How are we doing on the export on the ruble? Nowhere near enough. I have to go for a grad trip. Have a great trip. Me? Oh. All right, Kenan. See you, buddy. I mean, stream. I was gonna say, yeah, no, I will. How much is it to purchase another one of those locomotives? Price of iron on the market rises up. I saw the shotgun final yesterday. It was cool. Ain't no air guns there. Are they shooting... Are the shotguns shooting slugs? Target shot. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I got it. Oh, that's why they can't complete the incinerator. Oh, I'm stupid. I put a sign down here that says nothing should go down this road. So my dump trucks, no heavy vehicle should go down this road, so my dump trucks couldn't get to the stupid construction. There we go. Now it should plot a vehicle to this sooner rather than later. My 3-lane train track system is working out well. Just had to get past the learning curve. Yeah, Chronic, I find it in workers operating the trains like a road, like having them having directional rails, which is not necessarily how real life works, but having directional rails is the right move. No more Tatra 678, huh? Oh no, there it is. The outside tracks are one way and the center track two-way. It's working out well. Yeah, I got you. I'm putting an extra road depot here so I can store extra vehicles in case that fire crap happens again. Yeah, we're gonna have to finish that waste incinerator fast before that fills up. It's filled up 2% since I last checked on it, and these garbage trucks don't seem to be doing anything. Gonna have to wait a second. Gotta be careful about that. The other thing I'm gonna need down here is a maintenance depot. Let's go. I know this maintenance depot, this is not the ideal spot for it, right? But the best place for it would be to be in proxy. See this dotted line around the edge of the maintenance facility? Anything that's in proxy to it, see how it highlighted that depot? It'll get AoE repaired, which is good, but I don't have the availability, the space availability in the city to do something like that right now. So let's tell Elsanon to make a gravel road here and not do that. Traffic jams at customs are your real bottleneck. The reason why that happens is because the game, it's a gameplay thing that they want. The game wants you to become self-sufficient. That's the, I guess, the game's way of telling you that. It might be hard for them to get up there. Is there any place I can connect a footpath? How do you can use an overpass, not stairs. The problem is that there's a huge hill right here, Happy Socks. How do we connect the under? Oh, it's right there. Oh, you can have covered pergolas. Cool. You can use the overpass bridge for the big hills. I don't think we... It's in the left underpass submenu. Oh, pedestrian tunnel. I'm an idiot. Sorry. I got stupid for a second. I caught the dumb. It's funny because the pedestrian tunnel is basically not an overpass, but you get the idea. I just would like a way, yeah, see, for people to walk underneath the highway, get up there, and get to my maintenance depot. What was that? Too many criminals. Trying to take a bite out of crime. McGruff the crime dog. Okay, the second train should be here, ready to go. Assign that to that, and then go to railroad lines. There we go. Now we're back to 4 trains. Or 3 trains. Because train number 2 is soft locked in there. Let's get the gate. This is going to be an incinerator for all the city's garbage. Because I'm tired of exporting it. Profitable on the dollar, though. Actually, very profitable on the dollar, which is great. Let's head over to Algalin and see what's going on. Hey, they finished one. Nice. All right, cool. I should be able to go over here and shellac some of these people from shellac. Wait, what? Look, you moved to a nice place. It has indoor plumbing. Very good. Indoor plumbing, free education. Just you need to sell your soul to the government. But hey, you know, that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. We have a Hakmene Mosque. Very nice. You don't have a soul. I disagree. You have a cheesy soul. You are a cheesy man. You are a man of cheese. We're both cheese. We're both men of cheese action. What I'm doing is I'm relocating more people over to Algalin here for now. And the reason why is so we can basically get the refinery and the power plant operating 24/7. I think it might be high time to make a to get some fuel export going. Let's make a new line. This is a NATO fuel export. For now, we'll want to wait until loaded, oil there, and then export it in or Harley over here, unload, save. And I don't want a lot of trucks on this route because I want the fuel for Algalin, right? So we don't want to run this till it's empty. So we don't want a lot of trucks on this. So let's set a couple of R series max. 1, 2, 3, 4 should be good. Unload fuel, load fuel, save. Is he a Gouda man? He's a very Gouda man. Yes. All right, so now what I want to do is, so, you know, we can build up a supply here of oil fuel and bitumen here. What I want to do is, yeah, it's a little bit off-centered, but whatever. What I want to do is make the reserve tankage for this. And remember, we're profitable on the dollar, so that's good. I'm going to have pumps here. And what I want is in our pipes, because here's the thing, all right? Why am I expanding? I'm expanding because it's a distillery, and how oil is made is you take crude and you put it into a distillation tower. That's what that thing is right there. And there are byproducts. So you can't just take oil, crude oil, and make fuel. Putting it into a distillation tower gives you a bunch of byproducts. The byproducts give you all kinds of stuff. You can make fuel, you can make bunker C heavy fuel oil in real life. You can make liquid, not necessarily liquefied natural gas, you can't do that. You can make diesel, you can make gasoline. It really depends on the levels on the distillation tower. Crude oil can make all kinds of stuff. You can make lubricating oils, you can make gasoline, you can make... Wherever it comes out on the levels of the distillation tower is a byproduct nonetheless. So if my fuel reserve fills up, we're screwed. The whole plant will stop. And I won't be able to do anything with it. So we need reserves. So fuel or bitumen, no matter what happens, we need reserves. Like we got to put a reserve derrick out, or not reserve derrick, reserve fuel oil areas out here. So we don't cap it, because if we cap it, the whole plant will shut off. If we run out of space to store our byproducts, because no matter what, you can't just use crude to make one thing. It has to make a bunch of different things. It's vital to the distillation process. Same is true in real life. A distillation tower in an oil plant is going to make all kinds of things. You can't just make one thing. You're going to have byproducts, and those byproducts are tar that's used for roads or diesel fuel. Well, not necessarily diesel fuel. Bunker C is a byproduct, but bunker C is really, really good for container ships, for instance. Like, crude oil can make a bunch of fuels and lubricants for a bunch of different types of things. It really depends on how you have your distillation tower set up. You can use it to make plastics. Yeah, that's a really good point. Plastics, yep. So out here is where our storage is going to be. So I have two pumps that'll pump it out of this, right? And this will be able to make... This will be storage for bitumen and fuel. I just got to tell them once I build them, that this is what this is used for. I'm not 100% sure if that's going to work. If you can feed tank to tank after pump. It might have to go pump tank, but who knows. This should be adequate for now. Now we just got to make the right infrastructure for it. It's auto-connecting, so it might work. You know what, dude? I want to be absolutely sure. So let me go here like this. Yeah, Nabak, I think it's pump tank. There's an awesome YouTuber named Bibaljo, who does great workers and resource content. Bibaljo actually is... Him to workers is what I am to Kerbal.
This is a tutorial for Workers and Resources Soviet Republic.
He doesn't
Today
have any
I'll tell
pumps.
you everything you need to understand about liquid pipes. Let's start with the basics. There are passive buildings like storages. There
I'll link this video up.
Active buildings like pipes that look like this. You can put them anywhere you want. And then there are factory connections, or factories. Factories are different than both of those, so keep that in mind. What is a passive connection? Passive connection means they cannot push or pull anything, they just sit there. An active connection, like a pump, means they can pull from one source and push into other sources.
Yeah, this guy's crazy good at this game, like way better than me.
A factory connection is different. A factory will extend its internal storage with whatever's connected to it. So in this case, I have one fuel storage connected to it, or one oil fuel storage connected to it, and that increases the internal storage from 450 by 1,500 tons. So 1,950 tons of oil are now the internal storage here that you could have. Same thing for the output. One of these tanks adds 1,500 tons to each of the export tanks of the factory, and those are done with direct connections. And direct connections look like this. It's just one type of connection without any entity in between. So in this case, pipes, but that also works for the other type of cargo connection. So some people may say, well, nothing is moving here because there's no oil there. Yes, so let's get some oil in the system. Let's just purchase a little bit of this, and it can start doing.
That's how you do that when you don't have the difficulty settings cranked? Wow, that's... You just buy it?
Something. As you can see, the oil goes down here, the smoke is going up there, and the fuel and the bitumen is increasing.
Wow, that's... You could just conjure oil out of nowhere for cash?
You know, although you don't...
Ew. Who would want to do that?
See a single drop of oil being in the import. This means everything is working just fine. There's just no oil making it into the input.
It's like a baby's toy. You gotta use your hands?
Wonderful. Now, what is an indirect connection? Indirect connection could be this. If we empty this whole thing and put some oil in here, then we could argue that this storage is connected through this storage to this refinery. So should the refinery get oil? No, the refinery will not get any oil because nothing gets produced, all the smoke is out, no production is up, because it cannot pull through a passive building like this storage. That's not going to...
Nah, Billy, I know Babalio. I've watched his videos before. He's doing this for demonstration purposes, just to show how the connections work. That's why he has the difficulty turned down. He's probably better at playing workers and resources on the most realistic setting than I ever will.
Happen and has never worked. So yeah, this is not a thing. Same thing on the outside. Once these two storages are full, and let's just for our argument put some more oil in here, put that on auto purchase. That looks great. We're going to turn this one off just for completeness sake. And as you can see, the oil refinery is running, and these guys are getting some bitumen and fuel in there. Now, if we fill this storage up, what do we think will happen? So the internal oil tank is now full in the factory. The external oil fuel tank is now full, and nothing's moving. We cannot store or export fuel, which means this guy is not even getting fuel. Nothing is getting there. This one is full. There's no direct overflow. Okay, what happens if we discard a little bit of fuel?
Nice,
anything happen? Nope. This one still doesn't get anything. This one just fills up all the way, and once it's full, production will stop again. That's annoying. What can we do here? Well, a couple things. You could, for example, put an engine here. If you put an engine here that is an active unit or an active connection, that's what I'm trying to look for. Active connection, if you put that here, it will pull fuel from here and push it directly into here, which is exactly what its job is, and that is great. But here's something funny. This tank is now also getting fuel. What does that mean? That means that this engine can push 2 levels of materials, of goods.
There we go.
Of whatever it's pushing. So this is the first level, this tank, which is the direct connection to this engine, but this is the second level. Will you use this? I don't know, but it's possible. If you put an engine here, it pushes to this guy just fine. And don't forget, this engine, for example, has 3 outputs, so you could push to 6 tanks.
That's what I wanted to know.
If you wanted to, if that is something you want to consider. So that's pretty cool, actually. However, there's one caveat. If we go to this fuel storage and purchase all of the fuel, we will see that something really strange is happening. This one is no longer getting anything. Very strange. Once an storage fills up on level 1, there will no longer be any cargo moved across there. Nothing is going to get moved. And that's just something you have to know. So once,
but if there's 2 tanks in line, it's going to fill up the second tank first. See? Look, it's pumping, but it's pumping into fuel 9 and not 6.
this guy's full, nothing moves, which means you have to make sure that this guy gets consistently emptied, or neither of these ever fills up, or you know what I mean. You just have to make sure that this guy doesn't get full, because once it's full, it's not going to move it anymore. Now you can see, because of how this is set up, that this one doesn't get any more fuel. Everything gets pushed directly into this fuel storage tank. But only until the actual...
I mean, in reality, if you had a pumping station hooked up to 2 tanks like this, it would fill both of them equally. But I guess the developers didn't do that logic. That's what I was wondering. I was wondering if the logic, like if there's some Archimedes principle abstraction here, but no, it's just
percentage is about the same.
Logic based.
Take a little while. So that's what that does. Pumps can push this far. The other cargo connection a little while. So that's what that does. Pumps can push this far. A couple other things,
yeah,
and this is very similar
There's
to
no physical
all of
simulation.
the other cargo connections that you have out there. Obviously, I could put an engine here, and I could push to this unit, and both of those units could actually be directly connected into the factory.
Yeah, okay.
Obviously, I made this at a pretty bad connection.
Okay, cool. I got the information that I needed. I linked up the video. If you guys want the link, just ask me. So, Starbase Live. Anything good going on up there? No, nothing really. Okay, cool. So, we don't need these pumps here locally. The refinery can push, as Babalio was saying, it can push 1 level. And pumps can push 2. That's good to know. So I'm going to redo my design a little bit here. And I didn't actually need that damn pump there, but yeah, it is what it is. I still wish we could daisy chain electrical substations. Yeah, the whole switching station weather guy, I'm not like 100% like okay with that. Like, that's my one thing with this game, the electricity. Like, how we do it over here, right? That line, you should just be able to split that. We split that by having local transformers. So if you live in North America and you see like a big cylindric metal thing on one of the power lines, it's a split. It's a transformer. Yeah, I never liked how you need work switches, like you need to put this big switch in there, right? And how you can't, like, you say you can't daisy chain substations. If you could split and localize the transformer like what we do in North America, it'd be really easy to do that. There's a mod that helps with that? Yeah. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know, man. But for medium voltage, it's just a little much. Agreed. You'll get no argument from me, dude. I'm going to use underground pipe in this particular scenario because, yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'll get more into why in a second. I don't know why that one was okay to do that, but the other one wasn't. That's weird. That one wasn't too sharp of a turn, but the other one was. Yeah, modded transformers that allow you to branch off medium and continue the high voltage is a must. I mean, yeah, that's just how it works in real life, right? Like, well, not, and that's not like just arbitrarily, well, that's how it works in real life, so that's how it should be. No, that's how physics works in real life, right? Like, that's how physics does that, and we should, you know, probably adhere to physics if we're playing on a mode called, you know, realistic. How many outputs do we have for this? So we could actually run another set of tanks over here. We could mirror this and run 2 more sets of tanks for the 2 other outputs over here. Yeah, all right, cool. That is what I want. Underground pipe that sucker. Underground pipe that sucker. Save that, right? And then what we'll do over here, make another road that goes out here like that. And then let's go back to pipage. Right? That one. Then mirror it. That one. Let me build that road back there first.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Demon Hat. What's up, dude? Okay, so that should expand our storage pretty much as we can. Now we would want to pump. So what I need them to do is build the tanks first. So we'll go to the Garawi construction, build those tanks first, right? Get the labor up and running, which has the Algalin bus station. Good. Build these, and before we go any further, I need to set these. I'm gonna set this side for fuel, and I want to set that side for bitumen. And that will basically make it so we can produce like champions. Is there a mod for retaining walls, guys? Like building retaining walls instead of just having to play with the slope like this? Probably. Yeah. I guess that I should have rephrased that. That's more of, does anybody know like of an exact one? But yeah. If we had, like, once again, dude, if we had the keys, the key mods from cities, you could do some pretty dastardly stuff in this game, dude. Reason why is because I need this space. What I'm either thinking about doing is running a train track out here, a spur for my trains that connect into this line over here, but that might be a little bit complicated. Might be a little bit complicated to run a spur line that way. I might just put a fuel loading terminal over here somewhere and run a big pipeline that way. That probably would be better. Hey, Rallius, what's up, dude? I don't see any in the workshop. Okay, no problem. Using the nuclear dozer in the runway to auto slope it is blazing fast at terraforming. Yeah, Iger, I know. Yeah, I use that to, well, I want to eventually get a shipping channel up this river, and let's just say there used to be a hill there. There's not a hill there anymore. Because once again, I'm trying to get ships up in here. We still should work on the port here, too. That's going to be important. I want to put a movie theater down over here. I just got to make sure that everybody's in range. Everybody that lives here is in range. Yes, they are. Now our dollar amount should start going up like crazy because I told them to start exporting fuel. Yeah, see. Yeah, cool. Excellent. Did the underroad pathway get built? Let's go check. They're still delivering resources, so I'm gonna start assigning construction labor to it. It looks like this side got all made, so you can put that there and then put that there so they have a way in. Now we need to, oh, hold on. It would help if, you know, made the road first. There's a little bit of footpath there, that's why I want that. Closet. A building is on fire. Oh boy. But you know, I love that. All right, let's get Alcina labor here. And then make sure we assign construction labor as well. What's on fire? Substation. Do we have firefighters this time? We do. Hey, all right. How's the waste doing here? Yeah, there's an electricity problem. The substation caught on fire. Can't decide not too technical. There's no technical... Yeah, that technical depot wasn't being used anyway. I don't understand. Burning wires should still conduct. That's a very good point. Fair. You know, I had this go through all the fire prevention techniques. Like, we maxed out fire prevention and now everything just catches on fire. Because, you know. Hey, new vehicle. Tupolev 154. Fun fact. Tu-154s, on top of being a really nice number, have an anhedral wing design. So you guys want to see something weird? Generally with airplanes, right, you see the wings kind of stretching upwards. Tupolev 154s do not have that. Their wings stretch downwards. It's called an anhedral wing design. Isn't that weird? See it? It goes down. Like the wings go down outside relative to the plane. It's very strange aircraft. Look at it from that view. That's weird. And just another thing, dude, look where the landing gear is. Look at how wide the stance is on that plane. It's a very strange aircraft. Like, I don't understand why you'd need to make that so wide unless this plane is designed to land on, like, rough surfaces, which is possible. A lot of Russian planes are built that way on purpose. Uzbeks. Damn Uzbeks. What a strange airplane. It's like a tri-jet and a 727 had a baby. They're rated for heavy terrain? Yeah, if they're rated to land on rough surface, like unprepared surface, that explains the wide landing gear. Not that rough, jeez. Yeah, a lot of Russian planes are meant to do that. Because, a lot of Russian planes are meant to do that because they don't, there's not a lot of infrastructure out in the, like, Russian Far East. Pave the road. I told them to take food out of that warehouse. And then I'm going to tell them to load food and meat. Storage percentage 0. I'm gonna empty all the resources out of this grocery store and demolish it because we got a new one, a beautiful new one right next to it. Found something. It's not the best, a bit fiddly in individual buildings rather than a network type, but it fits the bill. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of exactly what I'm looking for, dude. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good, Aqualux. Thanks, man. Tu-154 is my favorite Soviet-era civilian jetliner. First flight in 1968. Transit, I think the Tu-154 looks pretty cool. Like, I think it's a cool looking plane. It's okay. But, I think the Tu-104 takes the cake for one of the prettiest planes. I think, I mean, it was a piece of junk, like most of the things that they made, but that's a very pretty plane. It's the same kind of vibe as the de Havilland Comet. I love the engine in wing design. I think that's super cool. I understand why we don't do that. It's a maintenance nightmare, and it's better to have your engines underneath the wing with this type of design to generate positive pitch during throttling. So you could trim the plane out with throttle as well as the trim tabs. That's a better design, but there is something that speaks for that. That's a really cool looking plane. Why does the Tu-122 have such a chin? Tu-122. I'm confused. What do you mean? A 122, 144 or 122 Hellfish? What are you talking about? The Tu-22. So there's two types of Tu-22s. The Tu-22 has like a Block 1 and a Block 2. The Block 1, I think, is a pretty looking plane. That's one of the prettiest looking planes. That's the future we were promised looking plane. It flies like dog crap. It flew so bad that they actually stopped making it and made a Tu-22M instead. The modernized version of it. That thing. Believe it or not, that's a very similar fuselage, which is weird. Well, actually, I wouldn't even call it similar. It's more of a clean sheet design. The M has a chin. I'll bet you that weird-looking nose cone is most likely for a radar, to fit a radar in it. Yeah. Yeah, they're just strange-looking planes. That's most likely for a radar. Most of the time you see something with a weird bulgy nose like that's what's going on. See, because look, the older planes, the older versions, Block 0 does not have that. See what I'm talking about? It's very smooth. Yeah, see, the new one has that weird-looking nose. It's for a radar. It absolutely is. Yeah, downward-facing radar all day, dude. Anyway. Your building style in shipbuilding games is apparently very Russian. A lot of the... So, Kagakura, like, honestly, if you're comparing, like, one-to-one, it doesn't really make sense. The reason why is because there are some planes that do the same thing, like a MiG-29 and an F-15, same idea. And I think whoever's flying, it really comes down to pilot skill, which person is going to win there. So there are some comparable things, but a lot of the Russian stuff I don't think is very comparable. It doesn't really make sense to compare like a Tu-22 because the Tu-22 really doesn't have a Western equivalent. I guess the closest Western equivalent to that thing would maybe be a B1, maybe, but there's no real equivalent there. So, like, well, the reason why I bring it up is because, like, building in that certain style, right, is the Russian designs tend to be, you know, like, we try to think about it like, oh, that's a Russian version of this, or oh, that's a Russian version of that, right? Some of these planes have a different role, and whatever that role is usually really practical. It's a very, the Russians are very practical with their aerospace engineering. And that, you know, that keep it simple attitude, you know, it'll never be as, like, technically complicated as the West, right? Like a stuff we make over here. But the planes are good to suit for whatever they need it for, right? Like that Tu-154 with off-road tires on it, because it's designed to service the Russian Far East as well. You know, they're very practical in their design. So if you say, no, you build Russian, you build very practical. That's not to say that there aren't Western designs that are very practical as well, though. You know what I mean? There are Western designs that are extremely practical. Yeah, the Tu-22. Yeah, an FB-111 would probably be its closest counterpart, Nader. That's a good point. Yep, you can hear that photo. Yeah, baby. The U-2 has no equivalent. Neither does the SR-71. There's no equivalent. Like I said, there are some Russian planes that don't have a Western equivalent either. I can actually give you a good example. An unfortunate example, but a good example nonetheless. Do we have a plane like that? We don't have a plane like that over here. Why did they build that plane so big? The Antonov 225 is an extended one. It's an extended Antonov 124. The Antonov 124 is a heavy cargo plane. Its equivalent, the Antonov 124's equivalent, is the C5. Why did they build this big thing, though? Well, they built it to move that around. But there's more of a caveat to that than you might think. The AN-225 was built as a shuttle carrier, right, to move Buran, the Russian word for blizzard or snowstorm, around, right? That's what they built it for. Did we have a shuttle carrier aircraft? Yeah. .747 SCA, the SCA variants to the 747. They're two American ex-American Airlines 747, a -100 and a 200, if I'm remembering right, that were designed to move the shuttles around. You know, do the Russians have an equivalent of a 747? No, they do not. Not many people do. The only thing comparable to a 74 is an A380 or a 777 or an A350 nowadays, right? But back in the day, there wasn't. Now, we just retrofitted a 747 and then sent it. It was good. But here's the caveat to that. Turns out when you carry a flying brick around that's purposely designed to create crazy amounts of drag because it's a re-entry vehicle on the back of a 747, your range is a little limited. So if the shuttle was landing in California, 747 would have to go pick it up at Edwards Air Force Base and then fly it back to the Cape. Now, 747 with 400 people on board, it could do that no problem, non-stop, easy peasy. But when you're carrying a 60-ton orbiter on your back, your range is a little bit limited, right? 400 people, last time I checked, don't equal space shuttle in mass and weight, except if your mom's flying. Anyway, so the range on the 747 was extremely limited. You could only maybe do 1,000 miles or about 1,600 kilometers. It's like 4,000 kilometers to get to the Cape. So, all right, no problem. They make a stop in Texas. They make a stop in the Gulf Coast. Then they fly to the Cape. Easy peasy, right? The Russians can't do that. Where does the Russian orbiter launch from? Or where did it launch from? Where does Buran launch from? It launches in Kazakhstan. That's not near where Russia's industrial base is. Russia's industrial base is mostly east of St. Petersburg. There's a reason why Russia's industrial base is out east. Well, actually, it's more east of Moscow than anything. There's a reason for this. It has to do with something that went down about 80 years ago. Russia moved all their industrial capacity east because somebody decided to try and invade them. Someone. Hey, it was a stupid idea. We saw why it was a stupid idea, but I digress. So, even though Russia's industrial capacity is mostly east of Moscow, right? That's still a long way from Kazakhstan. And there's not a lot of stuff in between where Russia's industrial base is and where Baikonur is on the Kazakh steppe. There's nothing there. So could the Russians have just put Buran on top of a 124 and called it a day? Well, yeah, sure. But there's not that many stops in between. There's not many international airports in between Moscow, where Chisinau, the design bureau that made this is, and Baikonur. It's not many fuel stops. So what did they do? This is what I mean about practicality. They just made a bigger plane. A bigger plane that can complete the trip in one shot. If the 225 could move a space shuttle, right? Let's just pretend that it could for some reason. It could move it further than a 747. Once again, see what I mean about practical design? There's a reason why Russian planes were built the way that they are, and it's certainly because they're stupid. They built them for different reasons. That plane was a better solution than trying to do something like this for them because they wanted to be able to fly Buran directly to Baikonur from where it was made. Air-to-air refueling. The Russians really never got that down, or the Soviets really never got that down, all systems. Hey, Taito. They never really did it in air refueling. And there's only one 747 variant that I know that's capable of in-flight refueling, and actually two if we really want to be technical. There's the 747 prototype, Spirit of Everett, which has refueling and fueling capability. So it could be fueled or it could refuel. And then VC-25, Air Force One. It's not Air Force One. The name of the plane is VC-25. VIP transport, which is C for cargo, 25. That's the Air Force designation. VIP transport 25A, VC-25. Give me back my plane. Yeah, we did have other ideas, Aqualex. I think that's an important footnote. We did have other ideas about transporting shuttles around. The 747 proved to be actually the most sane. They didn't want to need to build refueling stops almost specifically for the carrier plane to make stops. No, exactly. They built a plane that can just fly it directly in one shot. You want to know how they were moving Buran? They couldn't move Buran in one shot to Baikonur before. They were using another plane called the Atlant, or the Atlas. The Misashishev BMT. That's how they were moving it, and they had to move it in sub-assemblies. E4B might have it as well, Chris. That's actually a good point. I mean, we don't know. I'm pretty sure if we knew, we'd be on a list somewhere. Yeah, that's how they were transporting shuttle components, the VMT. They had to move Buran in pieces because there was no way to get it there. There's no infrastructure to get to Baikonur from Moscow. No highway, no canals, right? So they had to move stuff by plane. So you come up with very practical designs. Do you know if the PZL-M15 is a strange plane design? Yeah. This thing. Once again, purpose-built. It's a crop duster. That plane was built to be a low-cost crop duster. It is a very strange design. Jet-powered biplane twin fuselage. Yeah, a very strange design. Cool plane, though. Yeah, that's proof that you can do some despicable things with aerodynamics and get anything to fly. Chris, I don't have any classified information on the Doomsday plane. Repost. The Russians tried to make a Harrier, They failed miserably. The Yak 38 was garbage. Telling you, Nader, the Harrier is one of the smartest, most ingeniously designed built planes ever. It's so ridiculously well thought out. Like, it's kind of scary. All right. How are we doing on our fuel export? Good. Air is tougher than one would think, and the Navier-Stokes equations will probably remain unsolved. Yep, that's the killer with aerospace, any aerospace design, guys. There's no quantifiable math to understand how air flows over a wing. We can approximate, but nothing eliminates real-world testing. That is the plight of aerospace engineering. It's these equations called Navier-Stokes. Navier-Stokes equations... Let me put it to you like this. If someone finds a way to quantify, to solve Navier-Stokes equations, they will make trillions of dollars. Trillions with a T. Navier-Stokes equations are what is thought of as the way to figure out how exactly, with like 99% accuracy, how air is going to flow over a surface. We can only approximate it in certain capacity with simulation, right? We can only kind of guess, and that's what CFD is. It's just kind of a guess. I'm gonna put a road there so the trucks don't, the construction trucks don't get in the way of my exporting trucks. Speaking of F4, we still need to do DCS. Oh yeah, Pilot Rio. Yeah, sometime, dude. On my list of things to do. Yeah. So very much the kind of dirty little secret is that the aerospace industry is just like Kerbal. Eventually, you just build something, and you can kind of check to see if it works, right? But you build it, and then you hope your test results were accurate to your simulations. Our simulations are never going to be 100% accurate. Well, I shouldn't say that. You never know. But yeah, right now our simulations will never. Currently, right now in the modern era, our simulations are never going to be like super 100% accurate. Interestingly enough. How's our city doing? Very good, very good. You really won't have much time until the fall. Okay. Which is why X-planes are still a thing. Bingo. Yep, that's right. I'm reassigning all my dump trucks because they got, yeah, see, we got them, we got the depot rebuilt. Tu-142. Cool. Tu-142 is a Tu-95, a passenger plane Tu-95. Drove there. Well, it's unreachable. Whatever. So X-Planes are the USA's KSP? You tell me. I would say, yeah. Yeah, that is exactly what you think it is. They were trying to find ways to do what a V-22 does before a V-22. Honestly, I like the tilt wing more than the tilt rotor, simpler. You know what? I'm not going to disagree with that. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. Coolest planes will always be the X-29 and the Su-47. Yeah, the X-29 and the Berkut. Yeah, the reverse swept. They figured out that reversing the wing is actually better. You get... I'm not going to say you get better aerodynamics. What this does is it makes you more maneuverable in certain scenarios. It also is a little bit more aerodynamically efficient. The reason why is because a reverse swept wing has the air. So on swept wings, guys, the air likes to move sideways over the wing, which is why on certain swept wing designs, like take a look at a MiG-15. MiG-15 has these things on it, these fins on the wings. Those are called wing fences. That is to keep the air moving over the wing front to back, because when the air goes over this, it sometimes wants to go sideways. Okay. Another way to combat that is if you look at like a 737-800, and this was a NASA contribution to aerodynamics, by the way. See the winglets? The winglets prevent air from going sideways off the end of the wing and cause drag. Yeah, those little winglings on the outsides of the wing keep the air moving over the wing in one direction. That and wing fences, right? So with a reverse swept wing, you don't need to worry about that, because instead of the air moving sideways over the wing, on a reverse swept wing, the air actually moves in. It follows that stripe right there. See that? Interestingly enough. Right? That's weird. That's something, once again, we couldn't figure that out, like, unless we went and did it. It was really, like, you're not going to figure it out. So, the interesting thing about this, in Winter, you say those are your favorite planes, but if you look at an F-22, that information did not go unnoticed. If you look at an F-22, look at the back, look at the edge of the wings. Look at the wing tailing edge. Wings aren't like triangular shaped anymore. They're not like a right triangle. They're more of an equilateral triangle. The reverse edge on an F-22 is reverse swept. See what I'm talking about? It's like two reverse swept wings meeting together. Obviously, one is at a slightly different angle. The leading edge is a little bit more angled than the tailing edge, but that idea was not for nothing. They learned from the X-29 that if you sweep the rear edge of the wing, you can increase maneuverability. Diamond shaped, yeah, that would be a good way to say it. Yeah, see? The back edge, it's curved. Well, not curved, it's sideways. See what I'm talking about? It's not like a perfect delta, it's kind of like shifted like that. Diamond wings, dude. Look at the F-23. That was the plane that was competing with the F-22, by the way. Look at its wings. Crazy, right? The new Glen Mass simulator is in port, likely for testing for the breakover fixture. Cool. F-35 has the same thing. That's right. Yep. See? That's a great plane, dude. I don't give a frick what anybody says. It's a great piece of equipment. People used to hate the F-35. I remember 10 years ago we were talking about it. I had to ban talking about the F-35 in chat because everybody just wanted to whine about how expensive it is. There's a reason why it's expensive. Because you get what you pay for with aerospace engineering, not gonna lie to you. I mean, Hokey, yeah, it is expensive, dude. But once again, just like SLS, we saw the total cost involved here. You try making one airframe that's good for 3 different things. Making one airframe for the Army, the Navy, and the Marines. That's not easy. I look at what the F-35 and over all of its variants can do, and I say, yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. The price makes sense. One size fits all isn't one size fits all wallets. You want the most advanced fighter around, or the advanced joint strike fighter around ever, right? And you want all 3 branches to use it. Can you imagine the systems engineering for that project? I'm actually, frankly, surprised it didn't cost double what it ended up costing, dude. I'm actually kind of like, really? That's all? That's all? For a plane that does all that? Okay. Like, that is a hell of an engineering project, dude. Air Force, not Army. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, you know what I mean. Sorry. Misspoke. So my mentor may or may not have worked on the radio systems on the F-35 at one point. Right on. Okay, you know, my mentor had a mentor that worked on the radio systems on the F-35 once too. That was a compliment. Yeah. That was a very underhanded compliment, but hey, whatever. You get what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say you're a mentor. You gave me the book. Give me the book. Not forgotten this, child. Give me the case, child. Give me the case. No way, you psycho. Give me the case, child. Could you imagine if the USAF was smart enough to build 700 F-22s? Dude, there's no way that setting up the F-22 production line to basically crank out 700 plus fighters and scaling your industrial base for that is, and then canceling it after making like 120 fighters will ever be as expensive as restarting the F-15 production line with a new EX model. There's no way that continuing with an existing production line was somehow more expensive than starting up another one. There's no way. I'm sorry, I don't believe that. Right? Like that's just silly. You know, they shut down the F-22 production line because they're like, we don't need this, it's too expensive. And then after that, they promptly realized, oh crap, we actually need to start replacing fighters soon. And we just shut down our new fighter line. Let's start up another one. Only let's just take the F-15 and put all the F-22 components in it and then just call it a new name. That's what happened. That's what the F-15EX is. So, yeah, we spent money for 2 production lines that pretty much do the exact same thing and paid twice the money for a fighter that's... Look, F-15EXs are good, but they're not an F-22. But I do love the F-15. Yeah, I mean, of course. F-15s are great. I'll take F-22s, thank you. The F-22 is... yeah, Emery, I'm with you, dude. I'm with you. Yeah, F-22s are on another level of crazy. Like, in a good way. It's an insane piece of equipment. Nothing can top that, and nothing will top that thing for a long time. You just need 100,000 warthogs and we take out any country. Now you're speaking my language, man. Last. The EX is the Saudi Arabian variant, aka the SA. Yeah. But they restarted the F-15 production line for other purposes. I'm pretty sure they restarted it. What's the name of the modernized one then? I forget the name. That one dude on Twitter thinks the J-20 is better than the F-22. Here's the thing, Nova. I never like, oh, this fighter is better than this fighter, or this plane is better than this plane. One, first and foremost, it comes down to pilot skill. If you have an inexperienced pilot in an F-22 and an extremely experienced pilot in an F-4, the guy in the F-4 is going to win. Sorry. He's going to win. Pilot training is a vital component that people do not take into account when they compare aircraft. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, you know, you argue like, oh, who's gonna win, a BF-109 or a Spitfire? It comes down to pilot skill. Those planes are pretty damn comparable. If you look at conflicts where, you know, the fighter technology was kind of on par, like the Korean War. You look at the F-86 versus the MiG-17. Those are very comparable planes. It just came down to pilot skill. Right? Pilot skill is huge. It's something that people don't take into account a lot when they factor in their judgment. A very experienced, trained F-22 fighter, it will beat anything. He'll beat like a guy that has like 1,000 hours of seat time in an F-22. You're not going to beat that. I'm sorry, you're just not. The F-22 can dogfight, and it can dogfight better than pretty much anything. But you got to remember that the F-22 has standoff capability. If you got into a dogfight, you're not using an F-22 correctly. But that ability is there in case you need it. The F-22 is designed to eliminate any threat before it even gets there. With longer range missiles, the system is designed to engage at longer ranges, so you don't get into a dogfight. Isn't the F-15 one of the fastest fighter jet currently in operation? I don't know. It really comes down to pilot skill. I don't think that one plane is particularly better than the other. That's like saying, oh, this hammer is better than that hammer. Well, if I have a hammer and a Finnish carpenter has the hammer, then who's better? Which is the better hammer? You know what I mean? Hey, Chief. I'm doing good, man. How are you? Tourist program. Yes. The reason why the Russians decided to go with ground-based air defense systems, can't develop an air dominance fighter. There you go. And once again, BB, that feeds back into exactly what I'm saying. Certain Russian planes aren't comparable. They weren't built for the same reason. They were built to try to get a leg up on another system, right? So if you compare, like, say you're in 1991, you compared Soviet ground defense systems to American ground defense systems, the Soviet systems are better because they're designed to combat our better air systems. See what I'm saying? It's important to learn and understand that context, especially when you're like, I always try to do this every time I'm explaining something to you guys. Understand the context of why something was built the way that it is. You got to get inside the mind of the person that designed it. That's really, really important. I'm happy the F-35 actually ended up okay. It was delayed and burning so much money. I expected it to be complete that would get immediately canceled. Complete disaster that would get... Yeah, Saul, that's what a lot of people thought for a long time. And then they started flying, and it's just like, damn, that thing's sick. I'm telling you, dudes, I saw an F-35B fly around at the Miramar Air Show in 2019. My jaw was on the floor. That plane is flying around like a damn mosquito, right? It's flying around like a freaking mosquito, and then, like, seriously, it just looks like a dragonfly moving around, like, and then it just stops and whoop, lands. I'm like, what the hell just happened? The F-35B is the Marine Corps variant. It can take off vertical, dude. It's unbelievably cool. Like, that's just straight impressive engineering. Of course the Marines get the most legally insane version of the F-35. Yeah, of course they do. Why wouldn't they? Anyway. Dollar is doing really well. We are not doing well in the ruble. We gotta fix that, like, quickly, or else we're just gonna keep hemorrhaging it. What's killing us on the import of resources here? Clothes. Clothes and steel. Clothes, steel, and electronics. Yeah. The fuel would be low-hanging fruit. That would be really easy for us to get, but we could eliminate that from our... But we'd have to build a... We'd have to build a highway over here so we could get fuel there. Water and power systems over here are pretty much good to go. Yeah, it would just be building a city out here. I think what I'm gonna do, guys, is move all my construction stuff and my repair depot, move all the equipment, build new depots over here. Yeah, I think that would be the right move. Though the flight decks of the amphibious assault ships had to be redesigned because the F-35 exhaust was too hot. Yeah. Small price to pay for the capability, though. That's relatively easy redesign comparatively to getting the F-35 working, though, dawg, wouldn't you say? Okay, I'm gonna build out new construction facilities over here. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And we got to start building out a city. Building out a city to see if we could start offsetting the cost of the damn ruble. I'm gonna make sure that my resources here, they're pulling, I do not want them pulling resources from Korvarud. Pull them from Galekli, which is a NATO border, because we're profitable. I'm gonna finance a city over here that's going to give us ruble export. I'll finance it on the dollar because the dollar is profitable right now. I don't think that thing needs any resources from Galekli, but... Actually, I think one of the biggest mistakes that I made is not building out over here after I made the bridge. We should have started building a city. Move all stuff that's going to pull resources from that border over to that construction depot. No. We can keep the hauling depots here for now. I was gonna say, unload. Okay, I have another labor depot over here. Okay. They're pulling from Galactic, okay. Excellent. Alright, so all this is going to be financed on the dollar. And you know what? Save some cash right now. We'll just use what we have. Okay, so what I need to do here is build out a substation. And I have the design for a good substation over here that we can use as a blueprint. That right there. That has electrical and sewage built into its design. And we can go into terrain tools here, use the clone tool, we can copy it. Bring it back over to Coverwood here, and find a home for this thing. There we go. Now what we do is I take my underground lines right here. See that as a pass-through switch. So this is a new city that I'm going to build to start getting us to make money on the ruble here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 line outputs here. So I find, once again, making all the straight parts of the line first is the best. Keep your wiring clean, dudes. Important. Now, for the inner two right here, probably get rid of that and get rid of that, and then we'll do something like this. There we go. Now over here, we're gonna need 4 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4. Connect that in there. Now over here, we're going to need 2 lines. I don't like the radius on that. It doesn't match anything else. Isn't that nice? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. Now let's just check the radius to our substation there. Because it's offset, it'll be able to basically get at anything on either side. If I built another substation right here, same exact design, you basically blueprint the entire area. But I'll just do this for now because I'll build the initial city up here. So what we'll do is get our electrical wires and how we're gonna have to set this up is, no, pipes are gonna be there. Huh. Okay. So I think I'll put another substation over here. We'll put another one of these over here somewhere. Ooh, new boat. 22 cars. And a boat. How did you wreck a boat? Sometimes making the lines backwards is the right way to do it. So I'm going to want one line to go that way. Then the rest of these go another direction. Oh, the depot is backwards. That means I'd need to run pipes up here and run pipes that way. Ooh. Yeah. Might not be the best way to do that. It'd probably be better to put the depots on this side. Clone tool! Place those wires. Don't build them, though. Where's the clone tool? I need the clone tool! Die! Die! Hey, Jackery, what's up, man? Perfect. This one we can... Okay, now let's go back over and do electricity and let's change some things here real quick. All right, cool. So the reason why I redesigned that, dudes, is because the way I have this set up is it's designed to have the pipes, drainage, and water right here. The way I have it set up. And electricity, it doesn't necessarily matter. Usually what I like to do is put electricity on the opposite side of the road of the plumbing. Because, you know, having water and electricity near each other is always a good idea, right? I don't necessarily think I don't think it makes a big difference in this game, but you know, we're playing on realistic mode, so let's do it realistically. So that being said, the power harness for the entire city should probably go this way. I mean, I want it in the middle of the road, but we need to connect it there. And then we're obviously, you know, down the road, we're going to have more substations down here. And it is also switched power, so there's a substation there, but I can keep going with the line too. That's an important thing. So this kind of maximizes the usability of this. I'd say maybe we'll get plumbing figured out before any of this. We need a water line output there, and then we also need a sewage depot. We need a sewage depot down here. I'm gonna pause the game. Does anyone know if Starship IFT 5 is today? No. The Flight 5 is a little ways out, Humble. I'd probably say sometime later in August. I mean, there's nothing stacked on SpaceX's orbital launch mount right now, so I'm pretty sure we're not going to see that anytime soon. It's going to take some time. Like, I mean, dude, just look at it for what it is, right? Like, you know, you're probably not going to see a launch anytime soon, considering the rocket that's going to launch needs to be on the launch pad to launch, right? And it's not on the launch pad. Like that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like SpaceX isn't going to give us a precise date until they're absolutely sure, and they're only going to be absolutely sure when they finish the testing, right? God, I love this. Now, why did I do this? I'm building a pond for a stalinator. What's a stalinator, you might ask? You're about to find out. If you dig down deep enough in this game, you'll get to sea level. And this is where I always make a retention pond for sewage. There we go. The pond of Stalin and Lenin. Yep. This is where all the sewage goes from the city. That's why we have to put it through my sewage dump, which is called I call it the Stalinator. It's a very patented design. You know, it just spews out crap all the time. That's why I call it the Stalinator. So now we go into sewage, we go into the discharge. It gives us the terrain that we need to flatten for the right height for my Stalinator. Right? And then we... There we go. Boom. Instant stylinator. Gotta extend the road a little bit so the footpath can get to it. Hold on one second. We're gonna need to flatten the terrain a little bit. Right here, I need to build out some roads. Now, I'll show you why I'm doing it this way in a second. Once again, the game is all paused while we're doing this. You don't want to screw this up. You want to build out 5 roads, and the reason why is because you connect this road to that road, and then hold right click, it'll make a grade for you, right? The excavators will auto grade for you, and then just get rid of it, right? And then you do that with the center road. And the reason why I'm doing it, why I'm making it 5 wide, is so we have a nice, good, big right of way. Connect center road to center road, hit right click. It didn't take much for that one. Now go over here. Now you could do this with the runway tool too, but this way also works. I already had the roads set up, so it's just easier to make this happen this way. But once again, the reason why I do the side, like I do 5 roads wide, even though the road's going to be 3 lanes wide, is so you have a good threshold on either side for your road. Now, see, I made that road over there, and that one's not good enough. We're going to need to go in here and get some flattening action going on there. You guys are still talking about fighters. Damn, dude. Not even mad. Connect that one to the 5th road. Watch, see? Now it grades almost perfectly for you. Now, what I like to do after I do that, just to make sure, because see there's a little bit of waviness in the terrain, is get your smooth tool and just small AoE, area of effect, on the smooth tool. Just make the lines straight.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Just get in here with a little brush and just play. Now, when you go to make the road, go center road, outer road to outer road, other outer road to other outer road. Now you have a perfectly sloped road. Now the reason why I did that, why I wanted to finish the road, is so we could have an access road. So we can delete our 2 threshold roads. We're only using that threshold. But see how now you have a lot of space on either side? And now the road is perfectly flat. It's not like bumpy. You can make a really nice road this way. Happy little lines. Just, yep, yeah, happy little lines. Gotta get in there and just gotta play. And now you're going to have a happy little Stalinator. There you go. Okay. Happy little Stalinator. Perfect. And what I'll eventually do is flatten bits and pieces of this terrain. We'll cut it, and the whole city will look like a staircase. I thought that was... there's no particular reason for doing that. I just thought it'd be a cool idea. Now what we got to do is start running our plumbing. Plumbing and sewage work off gravity feeding, guys. So the other reason why I stepped the whole city down to the river is because we could just start with sewage up here, and we don't have to worry about ever not having the right slope for stewage. Stewage? Somebody's making stew? Somebody making poo stew? Now the plumbing, we just gotta... I already have my plumbing facility ready to go up here, but we'll work on that in a second. It's not sending a source because nobody's purifying the water. Okay, so now up here... what we're gonna do is... center the road there, center the road there. Actually, no, hold up. Let's go in here, construction. I like the 12 truck construction depots. The reason why I like them is because it's the most efficient use of surface area. It's the most efficient use of space. Most trucks per area footprint. So like if you look, I noticed this. Put down a 24, right? So that's 24 vehicles, right? And then you put down, look, see? You could put down 3 12s in almost the exact same amount of space. And you could have more construction vehicles in a smaller spot. Now, I'll give you the reason why I'm doing this is gonna take a second, but you'll get the idea. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 construction depots is what we have over there. That should be good. And what we could do is add another 12 for labor construction. For construction labor. So all the vehicles that are going to bus people around. Actually, no, that's too close. Let's dig the other way. I'll tell you why I want to do that in a moment. Because that's not the road. It's going to be a 3-wide road. Can't you just use a free one for labor? I usually do, Simon, but I don't think I have any free construction labor depots. Yeah, I'm already using them because I'm building out 3 cities. This is the 3rd one. I have 2 other cities that are already being made. I'll have to go through and kind of audit and figure out where stuff is, right? But yeah, that's the idea. Hey, Lig, 14 months. Thanks, man. So, here's what we're gonna do. Eventually, we could put another one in there, but... Alright. Here's what we need. We're gonna have all of our construction depots, and I think I'll do a road depot, a big road depot over here for municipal vehicles. It'd probably be good for technical services, for garbage, and a logistics depot as well. But... we got to think about the design for your kind of municipal, for your DPW, I suppose. Because we need the maintenance facility. And we need to make sure that everything is in range of that maintenance facility. See what I mean? Everything needs to be in range. So let's make our 3-lane road go all the way to here. Right? And now I'm going to see if we can get away with putting a main road or a maintenance road right here. Can the depots connect in? No, they can't. That's too close. Okay, so if we're going to do this, I can't do this exactly on a grid spot, which... Okay, that's good. That gives me all my construction depots ready to go. Now we got to figure out the repair depot situation. I want a large repair station here. I want to be able to put it where it has range on everything here. Just like that. So that has range on all of my construction depots. Okay, cool. That has range on all of my construction depots, but we also are going to need a regular road depot. Or at least that's what I want. I want a regular road depot. So put a road depot for 16 vehicles right here, right? That's also in range, so my repair depot will repair everything. Now we need technical services, just in case. Okay, we're gonna have to screw with the terrain a little bit here. You kind of want your whole thing centered around your damn repair depot. Because the more things that are in proxy to the repair depot, that means they don't have to send out a truck to go and maintain it. It'll just get maintained on an area effect. I guess the abstraction there is that, you know, the repair guys will just walk across the street and fix it. Oh, it's right there, you know, you fix it. And keeping your vehicles maintained is... I don't need to say why that's useful. The report is out on the V-22 crash in Japan. Causes gearbox failure. Which gearbox? There's like 5 of them. 3 actually. On a, yeah, 3. Which gearbox? There's the synchronizer gearbox, and then there's the reduction gearbox on a V-22. I've seen trucks go out and repairs drive in. Yeah, some trucks will, yeah, you can tell them to search too. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. Technical. And then we need to go into cargo. Perfect. All right, this is going to be a pretty big city, which is why I'm planning big. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do here is, believe it or not, delete all the connections. I just needed to make sure that they work. I'll tell you why. Because if we go to upgrade this to a gravel road, right? If I have all these connections, all those connections are gonna, you're only gonna be able to make the road in increments, which is not what we want. So what I'll do now is go to Orberud and tell them to pave that, or gravelize that road for now. The other things that I want them to do is actually pave Pave this road. We gotta put a connector right there so trucks can get to it from both directions. Now, this right here is the reason why I have that dirt road in the center. See what I'm talking about? I have the dirt road in the center so trucks can, while the road is being paved, the dump trucks could deliver resources to the next road. And then, you know, you pave these roads, then they steamroll, and the pavers can move here, then they steamroll that. You can just basically move across in increments. This is why I do my roads 3 lanes wide. So, what we'll do... And now, for the construction depot, you just need gravel. It doesn't necessarily need to be paved. I mean, it would probably be helpful. One fact remains clear. Gundam 22 suffered a catastrophic failure initiated by a crack in one of the high-speed pinion gears, which led to pieces of the high-speed planetary pinion grinding against the sun gear. Planet pinion grinding against the sun gear. This mechanical breakdown resulted in a cascading failure of the drive system. Instantaneous asymmetric lift condition that was impossible to recover from. So that's the synchronizer. Well, hold on. Let me read that one more time. Gundam 22 suffered a catastrophic failure initiated by a crack in one of the high-speed pinions. Okay. Which led to pieces of that high-speed planet pinion. They have pinion gears in a planetary gear set. Oh. Grinding against resulting in castrated failure of the drive and simultaneous asymmetric lift. Yeah. Up here. That's a reduction gearbox gear. This is the only time where you'd use a pinion. You wouldn't have a pinion gear on the synchronizer as far as I can tell. So V22s have 3 gearboxes, guys. There's one here. There's the reduction gear because these are using turbo. It's a turboprop. So it's a jet engine that's blowing on a propeller, and that propeller, so the thrust from the jet engine goes through a reduction gearbox to gear it down. So it has more, you have more torque and less RPM. If you notice, helicopter blades don't spin very fast comparatively to a propeller. But with the V22, you get a complicated scenario because you needed to do both. You needed to simultaneously be a propeller engine and a helicopter engine. So there's a custom-made planetary gear set, planetary reduction gear set in here that's designed to be able to operate at variable RPM. Because with the propeller, you need to be going a lot. You need to spin a lot faster than you do when you're in helicopter mode, right? And you also need to be able to pitch the blades. The pitch angle on the blades needs to be insane, but that's another story. If they're talking about asymmetric thrust, you know, there's a reduction gearbox here and a reduction gearbox here. The third gearbox is in the top right here. It's over the top of this. Now, the one over the top is a synchronizer. If you notice this picture, obviously it's a picture of a V22 flying. The blades are perfectly synchronized. See, that blade is there, that blade's there, that blade's pointed out, that blade's pointed out, that blade's kind of pointed back, and that one's kind of pointed back. They are perfectly synchronized. If you get rotor desync with this, the V22 will just rip itself in half. It wouldn't do what was described there, it'll just rip itself to shreds. These blades have so much moment. If you have even a slightest bit of desync, the angular precession of each blade will cancel each other out, and the thing will basically turn into a slinky. Yeah. The moment from these blades has enough torque to rip that wing completely off if it gets desynced. The only way the V22 works is if the angular precession of each one, so one, they're spinning contra-rotating to each other, right, like this. One has angular precession that wants to go out and the other this way, and the other one has one that wants to go that way, right? The only way that this thing works is if they stay in perfect synchronization, right? So the angular precession, the angular momentum forces from these get canceled out. Angular precession, that's what it is. So having a gearbox, having your synchronizer gearbox fail isn't necessarily going to cause an asymmetric thrust. It'll cause torquing because the blades will start to desync, right? Maybe even a little bit. You can still land it. Not the best idea, but you could still do it. Causing instant asymmetric thrust, though, is one of these gearboxes. It's one of those guys up there. Instant asymmetric thrust would indicates that one of the engines, the planetary gear set, the reduction gear, quit. Yeah. Read chat. No, I decided I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'll just get back to work. Isn't this thing extremely dangerous to operate? It requires a lot of maintenance, Ando. A lot of maintenance is needed. V-22s need a lot of maintenance. It's every time one of those things takes off, that synchronizer takes a beating. The idea, so why do you have the synchronizer? Like I said, because of the angular precession, canceling each other out, but also that gives you engine out capability. So if you lose an engine, one engine can power 2 rotors. The V-22 is tremendously overpowered in that regard. The 2 turbojets that are on there, or the turboprops that are on there, are C-130 engines. They're very, very strong for a vehicle that size. The V-22 has insane power to weight for this exact reason. So one motor could drive 2 propellers, and the thing doesn't do that, but, you know. Okay, so I started to tell them to make those roads. We have a good construction maintenance area figured out over here, with plenty of room to expand should we need it. Now we got to figure out the plumbing. So, water is going to come from up here. One of my rules about building pipes is that it's ABS. Always be switching. So my rule of thumb is that anytime you have a corner, switch it. Reason why is because it's hard to future-proof this stuff. This is the best way to do it if you need to expand, because I don't know what this city's going to look like eventually, so add a switch. Makes sense. Now, what I want to do here is make this line run parallel to the fence right there. Reason why is because if I ever need a second water tower for capacity, I can have that as an expansion, and we could build out. We could expand this way for another water tower and have a pipe go over here. Or it could go, you know, underneath over there like that. Not like that, but you get the idea. So, yeah, always be switching. Sewage and water. Do it all the time. Do it. Johnny Red, neat. Okay, do it. Do it. Guardian Cola, do it, do it. What's that, NASA Man? The anti-bull crap system. Sure. Yeah, we could call it that. Switches don't take much. They're a little bit of concrete and a teeny weeny bit of steel. It's a good price to pay for the future proofing, I would say. Well, that's where I'll make my main water line. My switch is backwards in this design. Hang on, we just need to make some modifications locally to the plumbing. Okay. I think my sewage pipe might be going in the wrong direction as well. Yeah, of course it is. The reason why is I built this wherever I built this, right? Wherever I built this, I had the plumbing going in the opposite direction. It's an easy fix, though. Just instead of the footpath going this way, it's just mirrored. Okay, so all my electricity is going to be right there, so let me do something. The first thing I'll do is make a sewage line there, or a water line here. And then when I have it stop right there, build a second one next to it and build another one right there. Now the reason why I did that is so
Discovery, go at throttle up.
we have the first pipe is basically being used as a ruler. So we can make sure that our line is going in the correct direction. See what I did? I used it as a ruler. And now we can go back, and there we go. Cool. Send it, and then just get rid of the ruler line. Hey, Hypersonic! Happy sub day. What's up, dude? Now, the cool thing is that you can do the same thing with the sewage line. But the sewage line basically starts right here. I could have the sewage line come up here somewhere, but that's future-proofing. My sewage will start here. So what I want to do with the sewage line is go into plumbing, go here, and then once again with F4 you can attach the sewage lines. Hey, Titan. Titan's awake. Yeah, we got a little bit of a problem. The sewage line is going to need to change. Yeah, it's... We're having trouble with the sloped lines. Hold on. That was a good idea, but I'm gonna redo how my pipes are set up. I'm gonna redo that. I don't particularly... It's the hill. The hill is screwing me up. Because the sewage line can't go uphill unless you put a pumping station. Hey, buddy. Hey, how you doing? Hi, Puper. This is my good boy. Guys, he's my good boy. He's my good boy. Hey, how you doing, Papa? How you doing, buddy? 100% purebred, good boy. Oh, hi, doggy. Oh, hi, Titan. You're my favorite customer. Ah. Dogs are the best. Yeah, that's right, man. I might want to put this on this side, just because I'll have the pipes come down, and then they'll connect in on level ground, and then they'll go downhill again. That would be preferable for the sewage. Yeah. That would be good for the sewage, but, yeah. Alright. Bye-bye. Go away. Like it never happened. If I recall, field control when deleting, you don't get the dialogue. Oh, okay. You know how to talk dog with the huffs and sneezes, right? I don't want to know. I don't know how to do that. And I don't want to know how you know that either. Nader, I'll be 100% candid with you. You guys can talk about fighter planes in my chat, whatever you want. Normally, I get annoyed when that's going on. Like, if what I'm saying is not what's going on in chat, but no, you know what? I'll make a little bit of an exception with fighter planes. Fighter jets, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, my bulldozers are refueling, so we're gonna have to let the game play for a little while. I was gonna see how that played out. Yep. All right, so I told them to go and paint that. Guys, we're not doing good on the ruble. That's really bad. Yeah, not good. Not great, Bob. Let me check something. Clothes, buying and selling at 22. Wait a minute. Hold on a second, dudes. I'm making clothes over here, and we're making them right there, and I'm just exporting them off. What is my biggest import? Import of resources on the ruble. Last month. What was my export of rubles last month? So I'm importing fabric and exporting clothes. Let me just check something. We're importing fabric. Fabric is importing at 621, and we're exporting clothes at 2,000. So we're making 1,500 bucks off every ton. And our total export of resources last month, we exported 14,000 rubles of clothes, right? And what did we import? We imported last month 10,000. Yeah, okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go into cargo here. Yeah, see what we're doing? We're gonna make a warehouse right here. And we're gonna have a warehouse for clothes. I will tell my distros to get clothes from here, and I'll tell my line we'll put clothes on, export clothes on distribution, so they'll only export when this is above a certain amount. That way we'll always have clothes. Hi, Titan. Hey, buddy. Yeah, I mean, that's just wasting fuel, basically. It's not that we're losing 10,000 and gaining 10,000. It's just wasting fuel. That's what that's doing. Why not make the fabric as well? We need crops, chemicals, water, and power to do that. Fabric would end up using more fuel, exactly. Whatever, it's fine. So this way will save us fuel, and that 4,000 in profit of clothes, right? Yeah, we'll only use it when we need it. The other thing that we have to worry about is over here. Our waste is filling up. That was at 77% when we started today. We got a little bit of a problem. How's the refinery doing? Refinery is actually super good. I'm exporting small amounts of fuel and I'm exporting all my bitumen. And we are making a good amount of cash. We're way profitable on the dollar. Like, way profitable. We're doing very good. Now, the reason why I just moved that waste truck, I told them to go down to a new workplace, is because I need... So first of all, custom line is no good. Warsaw packed garbage export. Add that vehicle and tell them to start on that route. Do the same thing with that guy down there. They tell that truck, get the line. How are your loans looking? Dollar is definitely up there, but the way we're going, we'll have that paid pretty damn fast. The ruble we're in trouble. Like, we are in big trouble. I have to hope that my dollar exports for fuel and oil are enough now to keep the ruble afloat. Or keep us alive until profitable ventures. Rise. What would be actually really good is a way for me to get fuel, just fuel, to Warsaw Pact border. That could be problematic. The closest border to Al-Galin right now is Sanaa. That's the closest one. So building a highway that connects the two together with a railroad track as well would be the best way to do this. Unfortunately, that's where the oil deposits are. Now, that right there is the big reason why I wanted to build this city out over here in Corvarud, because if I build out a city here and we get a city up and running, I can do exactly what I did over there. We can get a power plant working, right? Or we could set up a refinery over here, which is probably what I'll end up doing. What we will end up doing. Yeah, the power plant or a refinery, either one. Taito. Because it's better stuff, Ando, but yeah. Seems to make sense as long as you can get the labor. I think a good offset would be power, because, yeah. Power was inconsequential. Yeah. Okay. What's up, buddy? What's up, Paparino? Right one. Polo Chub, hello, comrade. How are you? No, Titan, no. Oh. Hold on some cables. I'm still live, right? Right? I'm still live. Everything's good. Heads up, pal. Hey, buddy. Am I still live, dudes? Titan pulled on the cables, drummer. Now he's just very confused. Like, wait, what did I just do? Yeah? Okay, we're good. Still live over on YouTube? The reason why I'm worried about it is because this keyboard is plugged into the USB hub on the back of my streaming computer. We all know how that ended last time we messed with the USB hub on the back of that computer. Narrator. Didn't end well. No, this towel is not your Chewy toy. Okay. Should probably get that out of the dog zone. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, moving some cables around. Give me 1 second. Okay. Another useful thing in the game is mixed waste generated by mines consists of partial construction waste, and construction waste can be converted after 2 steps into not an insignificant amount of steel. Oh. What the heck moves hazmat, dudes? Waste trucks. Hey, no wonder they weren't pulling. How come they're not filling up? How hot is it? 86 Fahrenheit at 57 humidity. It's pretty damn hot in here. It's 30 C at 58. Drummer outside 92. Hey, relax. It's 92 outside. Feels like 102. They don't have any mixed waste, though. Oh, metal scrap. Or, no. This is one of the most miserable days of summer thus far.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Huh. That's weird. Okay, I had to jog their memory, I guess. Cool.
What? What's up, buddy? What's up, Pupperino?
Titan wants to let you guys know that he's Mom, mama, mom, 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 mama, mama, mom, mom, mama, mom, mom. Come here. So I can see. Crazy popper. I got you in a headlock, buddy. Now what? Come on, show me them teeth. The piranha puppy? Yeah. Your piranha puppy. Yeah. Titan, I'm training him to not do that. And it's the Titan. Yeah. Oh, crap, that's a cat. That's a cat, dude. This is a dog. You're getting confused. You have a piranha kitten. This is a dog right here. Any dog that's less than 40 pounds is a cat, and cats are useless. Ron Swanson. See this is a dog. This is a dog right here. See this dog? This dog? Dude, this dog has teeth that could break a metal bar in half. Yeah, buddy. He's a good boy. Get up here. Come on. Get up here. There you go. Look at this boy's teeth. Look at that. See that? That's a dog right there. Like, intruder in the house, he's gonna bite his leg off. This dog is 60 pounds. Titan is 60 pounds. About 28, what is that, 28 kilos? He's a big boy. What the non-phone doing? What's up, man? I love my small dog. You can stuff it? He wants me to stuff it. I'm not a calzone, okay? Where's the technical services? There we go. The route is set to load 100% full. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, Joker, it's working now. Yeah, I have to do that. I switched all my dump services to the dump that they're actually emptying, even though there's less space. I switched all the surfaces there because it'll be empty quicker. So I have my localized garbage, right? And then I have regional garbage right here. That's what that truck is doing. He's moving that stuff out. The reason why is because, well, that didn't get finished. Because I had a sign that said no trucks down here. This construction of my incinerator facility is quite delayed. But in the future, what we'll have is, you know, the dump trucks will drop stuff off here, we'll burn it, and then we can export the ashes. This thing will chew through that stuff. I haven't done waste sorting yet, no. Too many criminals. Always too many criminals at this house. Do not rent to these kind of people. I had an idea about what I wanted to build here, but I'm not 100% what that was. Oh, the underpass is almost done. Right here is precisely why you always be switching. Because we're not in range of a water substation. But if I put one right here, should be okay. Okay. This depot is going to need vehicles, so... You know what? I might... What type of vehicles is it looking for? It's looking for covered. I might have an extra covered vehicle up here. Yes, we do. We have an extra B1000. Perfect. You go down there. And then... I don't know why I have a garbage truck here for distro. Send that broken piece of junk right there. Move that guy to the technical services. Oh, it's broken. That's why I put it there, because it's broken. That's covered. Alright, cool. Now, let's just see if we have another covered vehicle just lying around here. I don't think we do. Alright, I'll buy one real quick. You know what? I'll send a Mack truck over here. It's gonna take a second for him to get over here, but it's also gonna take a second for that repair depot to get up and running, so... I'd rather spend money on the dollar. Facing the wall! Hello? Grab, you know I'm just messing. It's a nice dog. Nice doggo. Those underpasses are taking some time, huh? I'm gonna take the underpasses off of construction labor because you can assign construction labor to them. People will just go to them. That'll prioritize that road and another flat being made over here. You should always be expanding a city. Because eventually people are gonna have Bebe, and Bebe is not gonna have any place to live. You think you might do a PC refresh sometime? Yeah, 95, maybe, in the future. I think we said we didn't want to do a PC refresh because we were waiting on the 14th gen processors, 14th gen i7s. I think. Getting rid of that place. We'll put something else there. There we go. You got a 7800 X3D recently. Cool. Cool. Build a nice place here. Yes, build the very nice. You build the dump as well. Very, very good. Very nice. Okay, cool. Did the movie theater ever get made over here? Now Galin? Nope. Nice. Place is starting to get pretty respectable like. There's nothing to worry about, big fella. It'll run in... Okay. 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 Yep, nope. Yeah, make, I didn't hear nothing. Akmene Aktua! Forecast for NG21 and Starlink. Okay, I got him. Thank you. There was a bunch of houses here. One of them caught on fire, and my I have a agency called the Bureau of Asbestos Lining Limits, or BALS for short. BALS actually found that there was asbestos in all these buildings after one burnt down, so we demolished all of them and relocated the people into the apartment building down the street. You know, as one does. There was too much, yeah, Bureau of Asbestos Lining Limit. So kind of you. Well, they have a nice place. This is a nice place, yes. I did that because they needed to be closer to the bus stop so I could get them to go to work. Not gonna lie to you. Oh, nice, these are done. Cool, so we want this one holding... Store bitumen, store fuel, store fuel. Now we go into Garawi construction and make the pipes. Make the pipe. Laughing pipes. Have you got a fire station near this? Closest one is right there. But, you know, it would probably be a good idea to put it near these resources. No reason. No, Skits and I had a save where I was playing this the other day, and my the steel repository, the steel depot with 230 tons of steel burnt down. And I got so pissed I alt F4'd out of the game and actually alt F4'd before it auto saved, so I kinda got a little bit lucky. I got really good water. I saw, that's why I asked. Ah, okay. So yeah, you would be very much right to want a fire station here. The thing is, I'm not really sure how we're gonna get people to it. I'll just have a dedicated line. Tell Garawi Construction to go and sort that out. The other thing is we should probably go and pave some of these roads. Saves coming by accident. No, I saved scum because I was pissed off and I didn't realize that I saved scum. I just quit out of the game because I was livid, dude. I was pissed. I don't understand how it's unreachable. I told them to go there. Guys, in another 15 minutes, I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna take the doggo for a walko. It's getting hot in here. It's kind of wondering if it's too hot for him. Walko. Ruble's in trouble. We're gonna have to. Ugh. Yeah, I'm filling my fuel stations over here with my own fuel make, yeah. Hey, Etel, what's up? Bananas is Tropico. This is Workers. I just looked at a resource flow chart for this game. This is Bananas. Yeah. That's why I like this game so much, Cass. It is a tough game. Tough game to play. Etel, how was the Menkakuo playthrough? I fell asleep last night. Etel's doing a Hearts of Iron playthrough where he played as quote-unquote Imperial China. And puppeting Japan. That still was funny. That made me laugh, dude. That was pretty good. What up, dude? We managed to take over mainland China, but we're at war with the rest of the world except the Soviets. That's a lot of coastline. Eesh. Yeah, we gotta refinance on the ruble again. Yeah. That's not good. Yeah, the US already started the naval invasions. That's what I was gonna say, dude. That's a lot of coastline to defend. And the US is gonna hit hard, right? We need to get profitable on the ruble fast. Yeah, learn them simultaneously, dude. Yeah, that's a great idea. I'm gonna need to make a different type of substation for this place. Yep, that is the resource flow chart, dudes. Yep. You know what? I'm keeping that teed up. That's gonna be useful. Oh, there's Babalio. Actually, I want to keep that teed up too. Oh no. Oh, okay. Close call. Whoa. Close call. All the construction trucks that are trying to build out the pipes are blocking my exports. That's the exact reason why I'm building this out, so we can have a dedicated fueling terminal. I can't make this go underneath lines. You can't make roads go underneath the... It will? Whoa, that's weird. Oh, it has to be like dead center, huh? Okay. I just thought this would look nice if we made it out of gravel. It's not being done for any particular reason. Just looks more legit, I guess. I don't know why. What happened to Great Britain if 50% of the land gets underwater? Did they change the name to Small Britain? Yeah. Oh. Weird. It's not picking up on a right-of-way. Why? I don't have like a stupid traffic sign or something here, do I? So those dump trucks that are here were dump trucks that I sent here from Al Sana over there when the construction office was burning down. I told them to drive here and they drove here, and now I'm telling them to drive back and they have no, there's no, it says there's no path. And it says that this is the closest point to the target destination that the vehicle can reach. That's weird. Maybe it's saving a restart? No, they're... I mean, maybe. I don't... We'll see. No, that's... I missed something. Maybe I accidentally deleted something. This game usually doesn't have glitches that involve logic like that. You know? I don't think it's a bug. I think maybe I deleted a road by accident. Yeah, gotta be a sign or something. There you go. That sign I put because I didn't want my water truck supplying water to the houses over there in rear. So I'll bet you it'll work now. The pathing in this game is like cold, hard, logical, you know? How's the waste doing? Listen, comrade, simply dig big hole and bury trash. Never see again, big, no problem. I wish you could do that, but that's... Those dumps right there in town are basically the equivalent of that. Yeah. You have warned us. I've warned you of what? Nice. Oh, excellent. One of the pipes is actually finished. All right. I have a really stupid idea. What if we built a solar power? What now? That's an issue. That is a very big issue. Please. 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 Go fire truck. Please. But then again, if it burnt down... Oh. I was gonna say, if the frickin' thing burnt down, then, you know, you could rebuild it and maybe get our locomotive back. Oh, dang it. They put the fire out. Shoot. How many loans do you have? A lot. The dollar is profitable. We're good on the dollar. For now. Yeah. The ruble, we have big problems, though. Like, big problems. this settlement over here, Algalin, is actually working really good. Gorvarud is pretty screwed and basically is operating at a complete loss, which right now, which really sucks. We need to return this to profitability by building a transformer right here. I had a huge problem here because the stuff burnt down. If I can restore power back to my oil fields, we could start exporting oil again and make some money on the ruble. Because yeah, we got some pretty bad problems. We don't have any income on the ruble except for some clothes that I export periodically. There, told them to go and rebuild it. So what I'm doing is I'm building out the infrastructure here for a bigger city. Yeah, that's what we're trying to get done. Do we need a fire station over here also? Eventually, when the city gets built, yeah, we're going to. Gonna need one. Yeah, it's only 1969. Yeah, we're doing okay. That road is finished, so I'm going to reconnect all my regular roads in. So this is a bunch of construction depots with a regular road depot, technical services, and a distro office, all centered around a repair area. I'm going to probably get the distro working first, but let's pave this up before we do that. This is going to need plumbing and sewage and whatnot. Okay. Okay, cool. So what I can do, we have some space right here. What I'll do is I'll build out a small area here. For the utilities. I like fencing them off. I think that's kind of cool. You don't have to do that. I think it's neat. It's just good for keeping organized, you know? Gate is too big. This is a smaller version of my substations that I make. Oh, that switch is not made correctly. Wrong directions. Why do I build so many switches in? Future-proofing. Just in case anybody was wondering. Future-proof the hell out of this thing. Always be switching. Always. You know what, in this particular design, I think the switches can actually be reversed. I'm just changing the direction on the switches a little bit because this is where this is going to get an input. Right, and then we can always go that way, we can go that way with it. There should be another switch there. You know what? Let me just check something. Yeah, okay, that's fine. The way I had it should work. And now we can kind of go wherever we want with it by adding that extension piece right there. So with the sewage line, I want to go this way with it. Once again, you got to do most of your designing here while the game is freaking paused. Actually, no, that's not. That one is not facing in the right direction. The sewage line needs to turn here. Yeah, there needs to be another substation right here. But we also need electricity as well, so... and... we need to find the room for a small substation. Yuck. Not ideal, but it'll work. Is that in range of... Oh, if it was right there, it'd be... Yeah, no, this needs to go to the other side. Screw that. If we put it on the other side, everything gets powered. You put that there, give us a road there. I guess it wants me to leave that like that. Okay, hey Lee, what's going on, buddy? Thank you for the raid, dude. There. Was just about to finish for the day and had a 7.3 earthquake, so I loaded from autosave because I don't want to deal with that when I come back. Understandable. Very understandable, actually. Alright, now we need to just connect all the dang footpaths together. Cool. And then the last thing we do, right, is let's put a gate around this. Connect the road there, and then give me my fence tool. I like the Mar. You know what? I don't care. This one won't be fenced off. It's in the municipal area, so it should be fine. I have the road right there. That's why. And I don't want to connect that in because they're not finished paving that segment of road. We'll connect it in when it's finished. Cool. Are you making money yet? On the dollar, yes. On the ruble, absolutely, positively not. We are getting completely screwed. Not completely screwed, but yeah, not great, Bob. Not great. Yeah, the dollar's actually making some good cash. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm using my profits from the dollar to finance building this city so I could start exporting oil on the ruble and fix that. Not good. Not good. T-minus 5 minutes. Oh, yeah. So, at the top of the hour, I'm gonna go take the dog for a walk, and then we'll, He didn't hear me. I'll take him for a jaunt, and then we'll do some space news. There's pretty good amount of stuff to talk about. Actually, yeah, we got a plethora of space news today. Have you seen this? No, but I'll look into it. We'll check that out, Dead Crew. All right. Save. Maybe we'll play this for some after hours. I do have a meeting at 11 tonight, guys, but there's a Starlink launch after that, so I'll probably go, you know, just zonk the stream out for a second and like what I'm about to do now, segment it out and go all the way to the launch. I think that would be a good idea. Okay, so we'll see what happens here. See if we can keep the profitability going some other time. Okay, give me about a half hour here. I'm gonna pull up a video, and it is time for the Space and Rocket review. Let me think, what's a good documentary? I haven't watched in a little while. Questionable. Raj just posted it. The missile knows where it is. Oh. You guys are going to watch this loop. I'm going to loop it, but yeah, because it's a shorter video, but this is a good one.